Now, is the music going already? Ah, it popped on pretty quick for us. I don't know if it's going already for anybody else.
But we're live.
We are live. I'm not going to wait around for a bunch of people to pick me up. What's the guy? What was that?
Just got the... Huh? These are gummy bears.
Oh, gummy bears. Here we go.
Yeah. For some reason, my wife could get these on Amazon in this weird package. And I know these are Albanese gummy bears, but they're from Purple Plum. But I know this is exciting to everyone except for you, but look. Find one that's easy to see. This one might. It's too small. But there are A's. Huh? Yeah, see the A on the belly there?
Ah.
That's Albanese.
Okay.
So, made in Indiana. Not a sponsor.
No, not a sponsor.
They could be.
Yeah, right?
They got a factory out here.
No, you could be all like informing them that we're doing live streams, and we're going to put it in the information box that Brett exclusively snacks on Albany gummy bears or whatever. Like, I was bunker, but I still drink Snapple.
Their factory is amazing. They have a big, huge candy store attached to their factory, and
switch over to the art.
It just smells like sugar. It's amazing. It's got like a 30-foot chocolate fountain.
It's so weird. I mean, probably because it's probably because I'm diabetic, but if it smells like sugar,
yeah,
pretty much makes me feel like sweaty all over the place.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that's kind of nasty. I don't want that.
Yeah.
Hey, you know, like.
I'm just happy for an awesome product made in Indiana.
And I really can't eat them, and they've never been high on my list. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, good. And then we got a viewer.
Yeah, I saw that.
Someone's spying on us.
Didn't we figure last time it was FBI or some shit?
Probably.
That's way too much. I'm going to waste a bunch of paint.
Not allowed to be the CIA because we're on American soil. They're not allowed to operate on American soil.
Well, technically the internet's international, so...
That's true. They could be in Lebanon.
Oh, I forgot the first step.
Uh-oh.
This technique, the first step was actually wetting the canvas.
Oh. Whoopsie.
Nope, I'm wetting the canvas. I'm just wetting it with a purple tint for the moment.
Shouldn't matter.
Yeah, because I'm going to go into it with a purple tint afterwards anyway. Like so. It makes a difference in the consistency, obviously, but you, being experienced in watercolor, know what wetting the surface does before you put watercolor down. And essentially, that's what I'm doing, is making this into a watercolor for a base.
The thing I never liked about watercolors was I think a product of public education, because watercolor palettes, you can get the cheap ones, and so they would use them in elementaries, but
Right.
they never really explained how to paint with watercolor. So for kids, paint's paint. Like understanding that the medium has different requirements, that the medium does different things. That was never really explained. And so, I remember being in elementary trying to paint with watercolor from those little cheap trays, like you would paint with like acrylic or oil. And, that doesn't work. Your paper gets waterlogged because you don't know what you're doing. And
Right. And the type of paper makes a difference when you're not
Yeah.
just playing around in school.
And like most art classes, they've got a schedule to keep. It doesn't really matter. Hey, my painting needs to dry for a while. And the last thing they want is, a bunch of, fourth graders waiting on their paint to dry, because then what are you going to do with them? So, it's just one of those things where it's I don't blame anyone. It was definitely not something that was intuitive. And it wasn't until high school when I actually had it, as part of my painting class in high school. And it took a long time for me to figure it out. And it's kind of what I don't like about art classes. It's like you kind of have to, because you're going at the pace of the class and not the pace of the artist, you've got to be able to produce something so you can get that grade. And it's not really about the art.
Right. At least it feels like there's a disconnect there, right?
Yeah. Which is also one of the reasons why, because people ask me where I work, they're like, why don't you teach creative writing? And I'm like, well, for one thing, I have a creative writing minor. But if they want it as a dual credit class, which is kind of what they want, I have to have 18 credit hours in English, post-grad hours. And I'm like, I'm not paying for that. And I don't really want to, I don't want to teach you creative writing because it's not that it'll be a dumping ground at a high school. Everybody will end up in it and they'll be expected to pass. And, you know how it is, man. Sometimes you're writing on something and you think it's going well, then you get stuck, and then that's it. It's not going to work. And how do you grade them?
Well, Michael Whalen was saying, he doesn't paint on screen because every time he touches a painting, he goes at it from a different pace, sometimes with a different technique.
Yeah.
And he can't say which technique or what pacing he's going to be using when he comes into it. And that's basically kind of the same thing with the writing commentary, is that stories kind of dictate themselves a little bit. And we can try to fit them into whatever box we're trying to fit them into, but they will really make you struggle unless you know exactly what you want to be doing.
Yeah. Oh, so
I think it would be hard to teach, to a point. You could do a story and then we'll break it down and show that, everybody's gonna have to work on a story to make it what they want it. That's like this channel showing that you can mess up, but you persevere over that mess up to get anywhere, right?
Right.
You have to be able to do that in a class, and I don't think that you can do that on the curriculum,
No, it'd be hard. Plus, then you get parents that are complaining, and you get the kids who don't want to do anything anyway. And the ones who are put in the class because they have a hole in their schedule and they need the credits, so they're going to be put somewhere, whether they're going to be successful there or not. You're just like,
Yeah, that's sucky.
Yeah, it sucks for everyone involved.
Right.
And it's like, yeah, so
that's the kid. Just left it at that's sucky because it does. It's sucks for everybody involved, but
yeah.
The teacher should be passionate about the subject, and the student should be passionate about learning the subject.
Yeah.
This is where we may come to a disagreement that I think school is not there to teach you all these little minutiae. It's there to make available some of those, but it's really only there to teach you the basics that you need to get by, right?
Okay.
For you to expand it, it should be like a personal choice, Well, I'm not saying that that anything else shouldn't be taught, but I'm saying that it shouldn't be like a required learning thing, or you have to have so much of this or so much of that. Only you have to have what's necessary for you to get by in the world, right?
Right.
Like, and as opposed to institutions of higher learning, where you're actually going into it deciding, I want to learn more about this subject, or I want to learn more about that subject. You want to learn about art or color theory, or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's something that shouldn't really be put into regular schools. An introduction to art or whatever, that's fine, but I don't think that someone that's interested in art should be bombarded with art history, because I think that has a negative or an adverse effect on them, because they're not going into it wanting to learn that art history. And I love history, but when I went into art class, I didn't want to get history. I wanted to learn how to use certain tools to get certain effects.
Well, as someone who's taken a few art education courses, as I have, there's a thing called discipline-based art education, which has probably gone out of favor by now, but whatever. And the idea behind that was you include the relevant history for whatever technique that you're going to be studying. So, if we're...
The history of the technique, that's one thing, but I don't need to know every artist that ever worked in the Renaissance period to know a tempera technique or something like that.
No, you probably just need to know who the big dogs are so you could go look at them.
Well, so the valid part of what you're saying is not just technique. For instance, Da Vinci, that's a name everybody knows, right?
Yeah.
Well, Da Vinci learned from the masters of his time. So basically, instead of him doing his own paintings, he started off mimicking like just the hair, of a certain painting from a certain master. And then he would pick up from his masters the next step. So he would, like the masters would give the apprentices, okay, I've done this part of the painting, now you do the hair. Now that I know that you've got the hair down. So they never really would advance until they could get the parts down that made up the whole. And that part of art history, that's one thing. But to go way off into mean, it's interesting as a history, interesting that Da Vinci couldn't stand Michelangelo, but it's not relevant
No,
to
it's
me
not.
wanting to learn how to airbrush.
I agree.
You know, or
I agree. That's someone wanting to be a history nerd, but just like as we've progressed through writing, you can see like there are certain authors. If you want to do something, if there's a certain technique, and if you happen to know which authors tend to do those techniques better, you can go look at those authors, and you can kind of study up and
well, yeah, you're talking about the breaking down the mousetrap.
Yeah.
And that's recommended by some very, very well-known and best-selling authors. But you don't need to know where Stephen King came from to observe how Stephen King writes. You don't need to know who bullied him.
True.
Or if other writers bullied him, or if he ended up bullying other writers. That's not knowledge that you need to know to learn his prose style. Matter of fact, you don't even have to know how to craft an ending. Oh, yes.
Speaking of his prose style,
Uh-oh.
so I'm reading this book Holly that he wrote, and I'm a little conflicted about part of it because on one hand, I as a reader failed because I'm about 100 pages in, and I don't think I've quite hit 100 pages, but getting close. And there's a character that's mentioned, and then they show the character right before he's going to die, and then find out it's like 3 years ago. I'm like, whoa. Like my whole timeline was thrown off. And then
now if we did that,
there are dates at the beginning of all the chapters. So on one hand, I completely just ignored the dates. And so that's my fault. That was me being a bad reader. On the other hand, I still don't understand the timeline. Like I get like when things have happened, but I don't understand why it's over multiple years and why we can't just tell a nice linear story. Start at the beginning, go to the end. Why it's got to be, a little bit, then back 20 years, and then a little bit, then back 5 years. And it's like, just why can't you just tell a straight story?
So why tell it in multiple timelines?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, that's like, I think because his bigger successes, like most endearing successes, have quite a bit of backstory. Maybe.
I guess. I don't know.
And that whole the JFK thing.
I just, as a writer, I question, like, if I can't tell as a reader, not that I can't tell, because again, it's clearly labeled. There are dates at the top, but if the only thing that tells me that it's a different time frame is the dates at the beginning of a chapter, it begs the question: why are they at different times?
Right. So, like, I think I've talked to you about Jamie Ford before.
I don't know.
He writes. All of his books, I think, are all multi-timelines.
Yeah.
But they're multi-timeline for a reason, because there's a story in the past, and then there's a story in what would be the present.
Right.
And they converge. So they make sense later on, even if they don't.
Well, and that could happen with this book. It could. I'm not done with it, so I don't know. I don't want anyone to say that I was like, missing the point because I haven't finished the book. And I'm up front. I realize it could happen. It could be fixed. and I'd like to think that it will be fixed. But like, if you read it, you have two major time differences, and it makes perfect sense, and it's clear, it's obvious. There's no problem there.
Okay.
But I don't know if you've ever read it. But
I have read it.
It's obvious with the different time frames.
Yeah, because they're kids and they're adults.
Yeah. They're. So I just somewhat question just why it's so messed up on this one. And it's, oh God, he's writing in present tense, and I generally despise that.
Yeah, right. I also do. Like I don't mind a slip once in a while, as if they're talking to the audience, breaking that fourth wall.
Yeah.
It's done because that's the natural character that he would look and say something to someone who was telling the story to.
Right.
Kind of like the John Cusack movies in the 80s and stuff.
Right.
But to slip into first person or to tell, I really don't like very much as a reader. Going to a different narrative mode, period. Like, I don't like it very much as a reader going from a first-person story, first-person past tense, mostly, and to a third person, or vice versa, third person, and then cutting to the first person. There are exceptions. It has been done well. But for the most part, it will jar me right out of the story if I'm reading let's say, a bigger novel, and I've been reading 200 pages of it in third person. If it suddenly switches to first person, it will literally stop me in my tracks. Now I'm going to do some Payne's Gray. And I don't mind if this mixes a little bit of purple into it. If I can even get it open. Well, it's funny. I get it open and then I'll try to put just a little bit down, and it'll either not come out at all or come out like that instead of like that. I just want it for toning purposes right now. We're going right back into the I need to let it dry problem, but
it's 20 minutes long. All right, good night. We're done.
What's that?
Oh, if you have to when you reach the it has to dry stage 20 minutes in, it's kind of a short stream.
Well, I mean I gotta let it dry without messing with it thing.
Right.
I have a really, really big problem with. I can't seem to do it.
Yeah, I'm revising the story, and it's been a month or so since I finished the first draft. And I'm going through and kind of just scrolling a little bit, seeing where I need, like, there are certain things I wanted to address. There are certain things from the comments that you and Jake provided, you know, so there are different places that I'm kind of going and looking. And came across the detail that I did not remember. And in fact, it stopped me because I was like, wait, where'd that come from? Because it says he eats a fish. And I'm like, wait, whoa, where the heck did he get a fish? So I scrolled up a little bit and it says where. And I'm like, oh my God, that's gross. Because basically one character is drowning. They get him out of the water and he spits up a fish. And so the other character eats it.
Yeah, that other character is the type of character that would eat it. So I think that changes a little bit, right?
That's one of the hard parts about this particular story, is that I don't know how much. Like I set it up so the protagonist is something of a fish out of water himself, right? So that's cool, but how much does he really know about where he is now? Like, he has to know some, I would think. But then I'm like, yeah, like, I guess he knows fish. At a certain point, though, it's like, all right, you can't know nothing. It's too hard for him to know nothing. You know what I mean?
You have to decide the commonalities of the world he is in with the world he's from. Right?
Right.
And you have even like a third world involved in that scenario, right?
No, there are only two.
Really? Because I thought you said that he had gotten to that world that he came from a different world. Yeah, I misunderstood what you were saying, but
he did. But it's the world that. So there are two worlds, two planes of existence, and there was one group. We'll just say there's A and there's B. Uh-oh.
Right, but that's a third world that's involved there. Is what I was saying. I mean, I understood what you were saying. Perhaps
well, I'm saying if it's, let's say there's plane A and plane B. Everyone came from plane A. Half of them got sent to plane B, and then this character has come back to plane A. The question is,
so then
was he raised in plane A, or was he raised in plane B? And if he was raised in plane B, there's a lot of stuff he shouldn't know at all. But if he had any time in plane A, there's stuff that he would know.
Okay, because I didn't have any indication that that it was even possible that he could have been raised in plane B.
Well, I don't know if it ever.
The idea that he was present when the switch was made. I guess that's what you haven't decided, right?
Well, see, that's one of those things where it's like, okay, does he know what a druid is? Okay. And some of that I've kind of addressed in the revising of it. I've gone through and then he has ideas of things that are inaccurate. Kind of like during the Cold War when, you know, if you were to ask the average American about Russia, you just thought it was the absolute worst, terrible country in the world. And if you ask the average Russian, they probably thought the same thing about America. And you find out that it's, you know, it's nowhere near as bad or as good as you think it is. So that's kind of what's going on there.
Mm-hmm.
Some of that stuff, it's like, you know, it's that iceberg thing. I know what's there. I don't know if it's necessary to bring it up in the story.
Right.
But it informs my decisions on what he notices and what he, just different things like that. Just it informs how you make your characters and what kind of problems they can get into and what kind of solutions there are. And, it's just all that stuff that it doesn't have to necessarily be pointed out in the text, but it's all there.
It has to have some implication in the text, though.
Yeah. Otherwise, you're just navel gazing. But, those people that do world building for, 30 years and never write anything because they're just building worlds. That's also kind of like, how you talked about the other night about how you get impatient and just want to, jump in.
Yeah. But it depends on why you are not jumping in.
Yeah.
Because in my case, I'm not jumping in because I'm trying the technique.
Right.
And I don't know if I'm going to stick with that technique because it feels like I'm not actually getting anything done.
Yeah.
Or because I know the beginning and the end, I might just play around a little bit at the beginning and the end while I'm still trying to figure out where I'm going, That nothing committed, but
yeah, what's kind of sad is, so the story started off, well, the first draft came in at a little over 12,000 words. And I thought, I should be able to trim some of that. Like the beginning was awful because the POV was all over the place and just, stripping some of that stuff down, right? Like by focusing more on POV and stuff, some of the descriptions got taken out. It was just clearer. It was just so, I was getting rid of words. And there was one section that I had written in, and you guys actually haven't seen it. Or if you have, it's because you decided to go backtrack in one of the drafts that I set up on Slack. But it's I wasn't very happy with it, and I struggled with that most of today. And then I finally got to the point where I liked it. But now it's like the story, which had been getting smaller, I had dropped, I think, over 300 words. Not that I was done with it, but I was definitely at the beginning of the story, and now it's gotten 300 words bigger than the original draft.
has a way of expanding like that, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, I mean, part of it is there was something I had thought about doing, and then Jake, without knowing that, kind of suggested that I do what I had already thought about doing. So, all right. So I slapped something in there, but it was not very good. And I really had to fix it. But now I fixed it, which is good. And it's still well within the word count for what I want this for. But it's just one of those things where it's like, yeah. And it took me most of today to get that part right. I just could not. I have started and stopped that section several times because I just could not get it to where I liked it. Which is uber frustrating when you know what it should be like, you know what has to happen, you know who all the characters are, you know everything except for how to do it. So, when people talk about writing is hard, that's what they're talking about, I think.
That's part of what they're talking about.
Yeah. I mean,
Going
part of
back
it, is you have to come up with an idea and you can't think of anything, or there are all kinds of things. But man, when you know what you need to do and you know like what has to be accomplished, but you just, oh gosh, that's frustrating. Grr. Our watcher can chime in if he or she so desires.
Yeah, anytime.
It's probably Jake doing a pity view where he just puts it up on his screen and then does work.
Well,
or Mark, because he has to do a whole bunch of stuff.
He really does that. I don't know if I'd call it a pity view, but
Ugh.
that we learned. He's dry all too fast. I have to make myself a nice glass palette.
A glass palette.
Yeah, glass palette.
Is that to make it so it doesn't dry out as much?
Well, yes and no. The glass palette is to you paint the backside of it gray, in the medium gray, so that when you flip it over and you use it as a palette, that it's a gray tone that you're putting the paints together and mixing them on. So you get a better range of what you're actually doing for pigment. You want to mix it with skin tone or whatever. Most of the painters I follow have tricks like that. One guy went to a junkyard and found an old glass refrigerator shelf.
Yeah.
And just took the whole shelf and mounted it, like painted a gray background and then mounted it on like a stand for a chair with wheels. He just took the seat off the chair. In the digital era, they call this doing flex. In regular painting, it's called blocking.
You'll never guess who wants to go outside right now, and
Your
Lily is
boys?
the only person who can do that. I will be back in a moment, but she's looking rather expectantly at me.
After these messages.
If she'd learned to speak English, dog, it'd be a lot easier. But whatever. Anyway, I'll be back.
We're going to open the door by herself.
Yeah, grow thumbs. Jeez. Anyway, I'll be back in a minute.
Alex from Stroh's could do it.
Yeah.
And bring you a beer.
Yeah, you're definitely slacking. Okay, I better go. Bye. I'll be back in a minute.
I don't know if someone follows me on Twitch, if it'll make an announcement on StreamYard, because I haven't had that happen during the stream yet. Those that have followed me while I was offline.
So I take it there was an imposter for a moment?
It was an imposter?
Yeah, I have a feeling there was. You may not have been paying attention to it, but...
I don't know what you mean.
I went downstairs and put the dog out. And when I came back upstairs, my son's coming out of my room. He's carrying his hamster. And he's like, "Don't worry, your place was covered." So I have a feeling if I go back through and look later on, I'll be able to...
No, I didn't see anybody. But then again, I wasn't really looking. I looked up for a minute and I didn't see anybody. Because when you leave, I pretty much try to watch the chat a little bit more often. So, how dark-skinned do you think the normal Russian is? Thanks, that's a lot of help.
Well, I mean, in the comics, the Rhino's not...
Yeah, I'm not talking about comics. I'm not doing it by the comic book. I'm doing it... I mean, the character is a comic book character, but I'm not trying to adhere specifically to the comic book coloring.
No.
This is definitely not the normal comic book costume. I mean, it is the Rhino, but this is way more detailed in the Rhino than you normally see with the Rhino costume. So, in my opinion, and what I've seen, which admittedly is movies, TV, news, that kind of thing, Russians are normally lighter skinned. I would guess that's because they are in the north part of Asia. But I could be wrong, you know. I'm asking because I was looking for a consensus. I was looking to see if other people would agree with my assessment. But I think they'd probably be paler skinned. That's why I was asking what color his eyes were when we were talking last time, because usually in environments that you got paler skin, you also have paler eyes. That has something to do with the actual pigment, both in the eyes and in the skin. Like you don't move north and then suddenly get blue eyes, but if you live in the north and you're from the north, you've been there for generations, you generally have a lighter color to both your skin and your, well, everything, hair color, skin color. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I was seeing if people agreed with that assessment. And since you're the only other people here that are talking, I don't know if anyone else is watching except for one viewer, and I don't know if that viewer is actually watching.
The NSA.
Well, if it's the NSA, I got nothing to say. If it's the NSA, this is the perfect time to snatch me because nobody would see.
There you go.
Nobody would see anyway. Who am I kidding? I'm not kidding anybody.
Well, just remember, you thought you'd never see 25 subscribers.
And depending on where you look, I'm right. Right.
I think 150 is, again, it's growth.
It's growth. Ah. My Snapple took a dive. You're not supposed to do that unless you're getting paid to do it. And then we can split the money. Apparently, I muted myself for no particular reason. I wonder. So far, I've done a pretty good job of using just one brush.
Yeah.
No promises on that. I was mistakenly thinking I was going to get a message to my wife.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Which we've already discussed. He still loves Italian holidays.
All right, I've officially passed the halfway point.
The halfway point?
Yeah, of my revision. Assuming it doesn't get any longer.
I'm like, what?
Assuming my story doesn't get any longer, it is. I've reached the halfway point. It should be getting smaller. I say that. Yet it still grows.
Would you say you say that and it still hurts?
It still grows.
You know how I feel about story length. Tell the story at the length that you need to tell it.
Did I ever tell you what my 8th grade English teacher told us?
Maybe. that's
well,
kind of.
I don't remember exactly. Somebody asked, like, we had to write some essay or something. And somebody said, oh, how long should it be? And he said, and if you're a feminist, close your ears because you're going to hate this.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Go ahead now.
Yeah. But he said that a story or an essay or whatever it was should be like a woman's skirt. Long enough to cover the subject, but short enough to keep it interesting. And I think that's a pretty good summary of story length.
Story length?
Story length, essay length, any writing. Long enough to cover the subject, short enough to keep it interesting.
I don't know that I would say that short has anything to do with interesting.
Oh, it drags on.
Well, dragging on and short is not the same thing. You can drag on for a short time, or you can write a short piece that's boring as fuck and it's 1 page long, and I don't want to read it because it's so fucking boring. I don't think
I would argue that it wasn't short enough.
Yeah, well, that is an argument that's based on the fact that you think there's less information that can be imparted and get what you want to get out of it. Like, I have a book that I'm reading that's a real history book. And it's only like 200 pages. And I have read 5 or 6 500-page novels in that length. And it's not overly, it's not overly it's not padded. It's not like there's excess stuff written that needs to be written. But it is not written in an exciting way. And David McCullough, who wrote 1776, wrote a hell of a lot longer of a book, and it was a hell of a lot more interesting of a book. So I don't think length is a qualifier, except for to say, don't put extra shit in for no particular reason. If I think that would be better put that you don't have any more than you need to have. But that doesn't say that you have to keep it short. George Martin would be out of a career if he had to keep it short.
Well, again, short enough to keep it interesting doesn't mean that it's short. It means it's short enough.
Yeah, so in that time, fucking 3 miles could be short when you're only intending to walk 50 feet. Because it's interesting. I mean, I'm just saying, like, I guess that's, I don't know. In one way, I agree with it. In another way, I kind of don't. Because I think that's maybe oversimplifying or something. That could be what I'm really thinking. There's oversimplification.
I've discovered one problem with my giant screen. One that I'm not sure how to fix, or even if I can fix. Because it's so large, the cursor, it's like this, the kerning is weird. That's how it's, like a lot of times the cursor is farther to the side than the actual letter or character is going to be. It's very strange.
What?
Well, okay, so like going through this story, right? And there was a random comma that I put in for no reason. And so I needed to go and delete it, right? So you find the line, you go and you put your cursor to the right of the comma and you hit backspace. Super easy fix, right? But I tried that and I deleted the space between the two words, not the comma. And then I deleted the T on the word before the comma because it doesn't line up as well as it does on a smaller screen. So it's kind of weird. It's like the spacing in the cursor doesn't want to line up right. And I got the thing on like 50% because I only have 2 documents up and 50% is plenty large. But because I have the comments on one side and I got the story on the other, and then, kind of bounce back and forth. Or like there's some double quotations I gotta get rid of. And messed that up. So it's just weird. Get used to it.
I find that I write commas that don't belong when I'm trying to write like I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Which means when I'm trying to stop and take a breath mentally.
Uh-huh.
Because I was taught that when you're reading, a comma means that you're supposed to stop and take a breath.
Yeah, that's a terrible.
It's a pause, so it's like that's where my brain is when it comes to that now. Terrible teaching?
Yeah, it's
funny, that's the teacher that inspired me to write.
Well, it's fine. It's just not accurate. I mean, commas they have a lot of different things they can do, what they're for, but a pause in someone's. I mean, I get it, especially in poetry. It's more accurate in poetry than it is in prose. But there are lots of reasons to throw commas in that have nothing to do with pauses.
Well, right, but that's what my mind associates with. Like, I'm not saying that he said that's the only reason to throw a comma in. He said if you're reading something and you see a comma, that's a mental pause. That's a place to take a breather for a second. So, like, when I'm writing, I'm taking a mental pause for a second. I'm putting a comma on because I'm taking a mental pause for a second. No, makes sense to me, but when you said I put that comma in for a random reason, that's usually my random reason.
No.
I'm making a list, or I've been taught before a proper name, or before a proper name. And so, like, every proper name, if it's a horse's proper name, it's still a proper name. And I've been straightened out on that, which is really weird because that it's kind of hard to get past what you were taught like that. It says my signal's weak, I think.
Your signal's weak.
It's showing a little, like, the internet connection signal, so it might kill me for a little bit. I wouldn't know why it would, but now it's gone. So it looked like it was.
You talked about it. Scared it away.
Right. It's like a gremlin. If you see it, you can't do its job. Which is to fuck your shit up. I think it's interesting that when people artistically think of elves, whether they're writing or drawing, they tend to do either Tolkien's elves or keyboard elves. There's like really no middle ground. It's either Tolkien or keyboard. But like the Vikings in the North believe that if you had a pain, like an unexpected pain,
Yeah.
or a sudden stiff in your side or something like that, then it was what they call elf arrows.
Huh.
So they believe that elves are little bastards. None of which comes through with the keyboard elves or really Tolkien's elves, except for the wood elves or the darker elves.
Margaret Weiss and Tracy Hickman had a series, which I don't remember the name of.
Dragonlance?
Huh?
Dragonlance?
This was after Dragonlance. And the elves were tall. Like taller than humans.
Taller than what?
Taller than humans.
Okay. That doesn't necessarily go against Tolkien's elves.
I get that. I'm just saying they were different.
As different as Ryan Lumley's vampire?
As different as what?
Ryan Lumley's vampire?
No.
Tell me you haven't read the Necroscope book.
Well, I don't know. Like, again, it's been a while. Obviously, I'm not even sure if I was in college when I read these things. No. Yeah, I don't remember. I'd have to look it up. Although I have some friends that might know. Because none of these things are really ringing a bell. I just remember there was like a secondary world, and it was weird. It was just a weird setup. I don't remember. Just a minute. It's like the it might be the Deathgate cycle.
Yeah.
That sounds about right. Just I remember thinking it was hard for me to grasp some of the world building because this it talks about how some wizard eons ago separated the realms into or the world into 4 different realms, which I think I remember.
Yep, that sounds like Deathgate cycle.
Yeah. So that might be it. I don't know. For a while, like, man, there was one summer I was probably in 6th grade, roughly around then, and there were 2 other guys in my neighborhood that were roughly, I mean, they're older. I was the youngest of everyone there, but so it was my brother and me, and then these 2 brothers, and the 2 friends, they got like, their mom was willing to buy them books like nobody's business, which I'm the same way now, but my parents were not. Like, I wanted a book, I had to buy it or wait for my birthday or something. That's what the library's for.
That's
that
really
kind of,
weird.
just how my parents were. So
that's one thing I can say for my mom, really, is that she was a reader. Like, I don't think she really, I don't think she ever considered herself a writer.
Yeah.
She did some creative writing that it was more playing with words than actually writing stories. But, boy, she read everything. Like, she read everything. Half of the stuff that I read now, it's just what I started as hand-me-downs from her, you know?
Well, again, my parents would take me to the library whenever I wanted to go. So the only problem with that is you're stuck with whatever the library has. So, and they did not have a very big fantasy or science fiction section when I was growing up. So, and it always seemed like they would get parts of a series, but not the whole series.
Yeah. That I gotta say, that's a familiar thing from the library for me. Like the library would
Well,
have the
so there was
third
one.
book in the series or the second book in the series, but you don't know what went on in the first book. And
There was, yeah, that was the summer though where I would read about a book a day, and
yeah,
I read all the
I never could read that fast.
well, when there's nothing, this is before the internet, so
You don't
this,
know when you.
this is before the internet, and we probably only had the 3 channels, or I guess 4, sort of, but you only had the network.
ABC, CBS, NBC, and PBS, right?
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't a whole bunch to do in the summer if you weren't, especially when it got real hot.
Yeah,
you just want to, because we didn't have air conditioning.
You were a rich kid if you had HBO where I was.
Well, we didn't have basic cable for a long time. And then, again, like, we didn't have air conditioning in the house until I was 16. So, like, I can remember I would borrow a book from my friends because they just had a ton of them. And, I mean, we had books in my house, but they weren't fantasy books for the most. Like, we had Dune, we had The Hobbit, we had
books.
Yeah, we had those books, and we had oh god, what's that? John Travolta made a movie out of this and it bombed terribly. Yeah, we had that. I remember that. I can remember the cover for it.
I liked that movie.
Well, I just know that it bombed. That's
It wasn't great, and it ended about where the halfway point is in the novel.
Yeah.
But I liked it. I like Barry Pepper, so I liked him pretty much ever since I saw him in Saving Private Ryan, and
yeah. Well, anyway, I mean,
he was in Field of Dreams too.
To have this vast trove of fantasy books that I then got to it. Plus, their father had it's relatively a small collection of comics, but he still had some. So I got to read a bunch of comics that were like older than me, and stuff. I mean, it was just I got a lot of fiction
my first
stuff.
Comics too. My uncle Jimmy, he came. He didn't live where we lived.
Yeah.
But he came down and visit and brought 3 big ass trash bags full of comic books.
Oh, this was nothing that large.
Well, and it was for 3 or 4 of us. So but they weren't in very good condition because he didn't think of it that way. You know what I mean? They were comics. They dime store things.
Well, that's one of those things, though, that was...
If he would have probably had a collection worth $1 million these days or more.
I'm constantly... I got lucky in that one summer, I think, because, I mean, granted, it's Forgotten Realms and Dragonlance. I mean, these aren't the best series in the world, but I just ate it all. I mean, just as much as I could get. And I'd say that probably, I read all the Shannara books that were out and stuff.
You're talking like that those aren't good stories or something, but they're best-selling stories for a reason.
Oh, I know, but some of them are trash and some of them are not. I mean, some of them I would defend. Like the original 3 Dragonlance books, I think are great. I don't care what people say. And the twin trilogy that came after is great. But but whatever. I mean, there's a certain amount of people who will, if that's all you know of fantasy, they're going to kind of look down on you.
Well, if that's all you know, but on the other hand, in these times, like Nerddom is different.
Well, I mean, it's just one of those things. I mean, I still to this day I think that was one of the greatest. I mean, I still think about that summer. Just I would have my window open all night long, getting as much cold air, like a fan in the window, pulling in air. And then I'd wake up early in the morning to shut my window, shut my blinds, and keep my door closed to trap in as much cold air as possible. And then I would sit in my room. I kind of made a tent with the fan so I could sit right in front of it and then just read. And man, did I get a lot of reading done. Oh.
Now that I've thoroughly distracted you from what you were.
Hey. Alec Obert Art?
Alec Obert, yeah.
Hello. I suppose I should have already known that was Alec Obert, not Alec. God, I'm dumb. But anyway. Hello. Welcome to our channel. It is magnificent.
Alec owns the David Finch fan server. And he's got his own channel.
Well,
He does a lot of digital art. He does a lot of prints and stuff. He just quit his job as an art director for a video game company. I think he said video game company. He supports this channel. He actually hosting two of his Discord servers and kind of makes events of it. What's happening now? Like,
You might be on because we only have one viewer.
yeah, well, sometimes it doesn't show us. It's really weird.
Yeah. Well, I think it's funny because I don't know if you know who Viva Fry is. He's a YouTubing lawyer type. And I started watching his stuff. That was during President Trump's presidency. And he's a Canadian. But you can kind of tell, like, he and Robert Barnes, I think, are co-owners or of Rumble, I think, maybe.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to stream on Rumble too. I'm going to try to figure that out. Nick Ricada does.
They started Locals.
Lawyer I watch.
They were part of Locals, but then Locals got bought by Rumble. Or something like that. I don't remember. But anyway, like they were part of the Robert Barnes, I think, was part of it more than Viva Fry, but Viva Fry was kind of doing the YouTube thing, and it kind of got Robert Barnes involved, and then Robert Barnes has gone on to other things. But just watching some of those earlier videos where they're still trying to figure out their cameras and they're not sure who's, what kind of viewers they got, and it's just kind of funny because we're kind of doing the same thing.
Well, yeah, because none of us know, right?
You don't know until you play with it. That's how I feel about it.
Ooh.
Take that however you want.
We all started there, right?
A little bit. No, but if you design concepts for some merch, I can tell you right now, I can get you set up with a print on demand thing where we don't have to touch anything at all.
I've seen them, and they, if you look at the fine details, a lot of them, they make it sound like that's the case, but they actually don't. They make you separately hook up with, or they're not responsible for the quality of anything or whatever, but yet they're the ones that are supposed to be producing it. So,
well, these are people that my wife worked with. Like, she was employed there.
Okay.
And she is A, on very good terms with them, and B, she'd be able to tell. I mean, she would be there to help me set this up for you, so that.
Cool. Do it.
So if you come up with some merch ideas,
cool. Do it.
Design for something.
There's a whole bunch of stuff. I've got a whole bunch of stuff. They're all would be good on T-shirts and cards and whatever.
Well, let me know and send me some like. I talked to my wife a little bit about this, and she's like, the biggest problem that you might have is, and I didn't understand this, and it was all theoretical at the time, so I wasn't 100% invested. But she said it might be easier if you're an LLC.
Yeah, because that severability if you get sued.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I know.
It's like $80 normally to get like an LLC. It's like, oh, okay. I've never done an LLC, but I've been around
either. But I do know what it is. Quite a few of my associates in the tattoo industry did. Yeah, I've been thinking about like I would sell prints, but I keep thinking that you can't really, because you have to make prints from high quality photos of the work or something like that.
Yeah.
And I don't work digital, so I can't just send them a file. You'd have to be able to take really, really good pictures of this stuff, and I'm not as good with the camera as I am with the subject being photographed. Alex does some prints and stuff. I don't know how far his store goes, though. One of these days we'll talk about it. Anthony Wheeler said that he would talk to me about that too.
Well, I got a friend who, again, has the tattoo shop, and I'm pretty certain he was selling prints of things. So I might just ask him what he does. Because I've got connections to somebody with a lot of camera equipment. Actually, I have connections to two people with a lot of camera equipment. I might have some access to some places to actually print it off pretty well. The random stuff you pick up as you go through life. But I mean, yeah, the
Yeah, I've got nothing against putting together a store. That was one of the things I was wanting to do, but it's just the logistics of it and what it would take on my end, and I can't afford, and I have no idea how I would make prints of the paintings that I sold to somebody else already.
right. Well, I don't know. I mean, it's something to explore. Maybe later.
But I could definitely play around with like making T-shirt designs and like less serious painting type things that could be put on other products.
Yeah.
So it's not what it's actually what I've already been thinking about. So I just don't know the logistics of it.
Well, that was one of the things my wife did was set up stores like that. So,
well, we need to have a talk offline.
oh, I know. I'm just letting you know that there was. I mean, it's not just, hey, I've heard you could do this. This is, my wife has done this for lots.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I didn't think you were gonna make a suggestion like that without having something more
a little bit.
An idea.
Yeah.
But I don't have much more than just an idea. I looked into it a little bit. Like I said, I looked into some print-on-demand places, but when I'm looking through them and what I'm seeing is kind of curious. It almost feels like it's a scam, you know?
You're right.
And at this point, at this juncture in my life, the last thing I need is to get involved with a scam. Not that there was any other juncture of my life that would have been better for it, but you know, if you're younger, you can earn that stuff out. The older you get, the less likely you are to be able to do that. Like the Alec just stopped in to say hello, literally.
Oh, that's cool.
He's up a lot earlier than I am, but he's also on the, I think on the West Coast.
Wow. That means it's only like 6 o'clock there or something.
Yeah, but he's got a young one, and he's already streamed today. I guess I'm just saying, you know. I don't know if he's actually hanging out. Nobody's talking, and I need to generate people talking in Twitch to get anywhere with Twitch. I thought I saved some pictures of Rhino. Apparently not. It smells like my neighbors are cooking hamburgers.
Oh, yeah?
Either that or I'm having a stroke.
Could happen. I find it kind of weird that I have a friend of mine who's younger than me had a stroke, like a bad one. Luckily, he recovered, but I did not expect to see him teaching ever again. I did not expect necessarily to see him living. This summer, he was at a chiropractor, had a stroke, and it was a bad one. And
That's a funky place to have a stroke.
Well, apparently, and I did not know this, and I don't want to malign chiropractors or chiropractic, whatever. My family has a history of them, so whatever. But
Strokes or chiropractors?
Huh?
Strokes or chiropractors?
Chiropractors. But apparently you can...
My family has a history of them.
No, chiropractors. Of being chiropractors. But you can... I don't want to dispense medical advice because I'm not a doctor.
Yeah, you can't because you're not a doctor.
Yeah. But apparently, like, sometimes getting those adjustments can cause a stroke. So who knows if that's what caused my friend's stroke? Because again, he was younger than me and he had a stroke. It's kind of weird. Then also my wife had a stroke. Again, she's older than me. But
was she at a chiropractor?
Nope. She had an ocular, or I don't remember. It basically was in her eye. I mean, that's why she's blind in one eye now. Which you would never know if you didn't. If I didn't tell you, like, you can't tell, which is kind of good. But basically, she said it's like she's trying to watch scrambled porn from the 90s or something. Everything's just kind of through a weird filter in that eye.
Say, trying to watch porn in the 90s, and all I could think of was, have you watched Blue Eyes Samurai?
I watched what?
Blue Eyes Samurai?
Nope.
Oh.
You guys having a storm?
I don't know. Flaco police are issuing an Amber Alert.
No.
That is what it is. There's an Amber Alert. The mother and child.
Hey, guess what show my wife's been watching on Paramount? That's your clue, by the way.
Because it's on Paramount?
Yeah. And I'm asking you.
You're asking me?
Yeah, what you think my wife has been watching all day?
I have no clue. I don't know. I don't know how me and Paramount.
Ink Masters.
Oh. Yeah, that's. I would never have guessed. Because I wouldn't recommend Ink Masters. My wife's been watching true crime, so I'm guessing, I gotta watch out for poisoning.
I heard a lot of times my wife will watch these true crime things on YouTube, and I find them ghoulish.
Yeah, right.
There are basically two different types that she watches. One will be like some analysis of a cop's interrogation room. And my entire thought the entire time is, why are you talking to the cops? If you're there, you say, I don't remember. I need to talk to a lawyer.
I'd like to speak to a lawyer.
Yeah, I think my lawyer might know my answer to that, if I have one, which I'm not sure until I talk to my lawyer.
Right.
I mean, it should always just be lawyer, 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 lawyer. And then,
that's one time they're disingenuous, and they're not like, if you help them, they're not like, oh, we're going to help you, because they can't guarantee the state's going to help you.
Oh, I know.
But they can lie.
Yeah. Which is why you just need a lawyer. Like,
right.
No, if this is serious, which it is,
not only can they lie, they get points for getting more people. So, if they bust you on top of telling you that they're not gonna, if you give them X amount of information, they're lying. And they're gonna get points for it. So you get screwed so that they can get their numbers.
Yeah, their motivation. I mean, there are motivating factors that are, quite frankly, they're against you as a citizen. So it's just better, get the professional help that you need, because you don't want to, because you can end up in serious trouble. So yeah, I'd rather have a lawyer.
And yeah, often will. That's how most of the time you hear about people getting innocent and being put in jail.
Yeah.
Because anything you say, the Miranda says anything you can say will be used against you in a court of law. But what they don't say is, even if it's not really relevant, but they can use it to seem like it's relevant.
Yeah.
Like if you say, I killed somebody, they can say, oh, he confessed. He said, I killed somebody. See, it's right here on the transcript. Which is crap. It's part of my character flaw, I guess, that I give people the benefit of the doubt hugely, even if they're in prison, because I've been arrested on some fucking skunked up charges. Seriously, dude, I was arrested and put in jail because I was in a car that the driver had 2 knives hidden underneath of his seat. So I basically was arrested for carrying a concealed weapon when I didn't know that he had a concealed weapon. How was that? Right, or you know what I mean? And in the end, they tried to blame it on me. Like, how is that my fault? You know what I mean? And then they said, well, get this. They released me.
Yeah.
And they released me sentence time served. And I was sentenced for attempted disorderly person. How the
You
fuck
attempted to be disorderly?
be a disorderly person? And
Yeah.
it's not an existing charge. But I didn't know that because I was 18, right?
Right.
And I was just as glad to be let out of jail after a fucking week or something. But yeah, I learned my lesson to not just take and go, oh, that's a criminal because he's in prison, because that's not necessarily true.
Well, a friend of mine, it's my wife's cousin. He was in the back seat of a car, and he got charged with drinking and driving.
Yeah, right?
Because he was the only one who was actually over 21. And the cop said, well, if you say that you were driving, like, you'll be in less trouble than your friends.
Yes, and then the cop will get lauded for stopping a drunk driver from driving, even though he wasn't drunk.
Yeah.
So, and before this gets to sounding wrong, I fully support the police.
Yeah.
But it's also they're people. Cops are people. They're not.
And there are good ones and there are bad ones.
Race. Huh?
There are good ones and there are bad ones.
Right, and that's what I'm saying, is that they're not a race. It's a profession. So there are good teachers. There's bad teachers. There's good tattoo artists. There's bad tattoo artists. You know what I mean? It goes right down the line. And I just want to distinguish that, because I know a lot of good cops. And I know a lot of cops that have, given me breaks that they could have not given me breaks. You know what I mean? They could have used that to their advantage and just, screwed me over. But a lot of them have been looking out for me and gone out of their way for me. And then a lot of cops that I know put themselves in harm's way, even though they are not legally bound to, which is something a lot of people don't know about. That is that the Supreme Court ruled that a cop doesn't have to put himself in harm's way. That was a New York case when this guy busted into an apartment building and was like literally holding these women hostage and beating them and doing what guys would do if they had control of a woman. And one of them escaped and called the cops. And the cops didn't bother stopping that shit from happening. That's one of the cases. I can't remember. Castle. I'd have to look it up. I'm not a lawyer, but I do know that there's a ruling that they don't have to put themselves in harm's way for you. I also know that to protect and serve that everybody complains about. Well, so does to protect and serve on the side of the car. That is not a law. That is a
marketing campaign.
Yes, it is. The California police departments put that on the car to make people more inclined to help the cops instead of impede the cops. That's just like innocent until proven guilty. There is no such thing. The presumption of innocence is not a law. It's a courtesy that has been given throughout the early part of our history, but it's not a law, so you don't have to presume you're innocent. That's a mistake. That's like when you're talking about if you're in a police station and they've got you in interrogation, you need to say, hey, I need to talk to my lawyer. And that's precisely why. There's no presumption of innocence. They can tell you, oh, we don't think you did it. We just want you to help us. well, why aren't you talking to me at my house?
Mm-hmm.
They're not talking to you at your house because jail cells are a lot farther away from your house than they are from the interrogation room.
Well, I think
And they're
anytime
a
that the
lot
cops come to
easier
you,
to handle into a cell from an interrogation room than you are from your house too.
yeah, well, I just think anytime a cop comes to you, it's generally better to be able to say, "Yeah, I'm not sure. I need a lawyer."
It is, yeah, it's the wisest thing you can do is ask for a lawyer, period, because you don't know what they have, but a lawyer has the right to know what they have.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I'm not recommending this because I think somebody is a criminal and that's the way to get out of it. And it's completely opposite. It's for those people who aren't a criminal, but are basically being treated like one, or don't know that they're going to be treated like one, because that is the assumption, is that you're a criminal. There is no presumption of innocence. That's exactly what I'm talking about, is that they're not presuming you're innocent, they're presuming the entire opposite thing. One of those times I'm glad for the rule of acrylics.
Yeah.
That they darken when they dry. Be careful. White's taking up some residency in the top of this brush, and it's a brand new brush.
Okay.
Well, when acrylic paint dries, what does it turn to? We've had this discussion. When acrylic paint dries,
Oh.
basically turns to a plastic. Now I can't remember the proper name, but it was made for painting on cells for movies. Starts with an L. Latex. No. Something like that. I gotta grab a drink real quick. That's another thing too. I found that the Twitch audience is a lot more understanding about artists needing to stretch or grab a drink or whatever.
Well, there are two of us. I mean, no.
Well, there are two of us, but you're not talking when I'm not. That's not a guarantee.
That's true.
But a lot of the Twitch streamers don't have two people streaming; they have one. So once they have to break, okay. Also, not a sponsor. Oh, you didn't say it.
I mean, it could be.
It's almost like your catchphrase, but they could be.
It could be.
It's like, what's his face on Night Court, Harry's dad. I'm much better now.
There was a guy, he popped up in the YouTube shorts, and all he basically does, he's some 40-year-old guy, and every video pretty much starts off the same about him. You've been telling me that I've lived 40 years and didn't know you could just do whatever. And then it's some weird hack that he's seen somewhere, and some of them work and some of them don't. But I swear his catchphrase is, ain't no way. That's what he says in every, ain't no way. Ain't no way. That's what he does. It's just like,
Sounds like he's running out of steam.
yeah. Now, part of me that watches that, and I just think, well, that'll be on your merch, but
What's that?
ain't no way.
On his.
I don't know how you spell, but no, can't do it anymore. It's gonna make me cough.
Wheeze. So the trick is load the brush up and then pat off as much as you can. Otherwise, it'll just be a soup. And you can hope it dries and you can see the lines underneath. Talking to one of my friends at a store earlier today because when it's raining or something like that, I go to Walmart to walk.
Okay.
Because it's free and it's climate controlled and all that. I ran into a buddy of mine there and we were talking about comic book movies or something like that. He broached the subject and it's kind of keeping going into a diatribe.
Okay.
So I changed the subject and was talking about, have you seen Blue Eye Samurai? Because that's one of the last things I watched. And I mentioned that we had seen Rebel Moon. He's like, how's that? So
it's a great comedy.
I tried to tell him as much as I could without really giving anything away.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not as easy of a task as it sounds like, right? To try to be fair, so I told him, look, here's my suggestion. I'm going to tell you it sucked. Go into it with me telling you it sucked, and then maybe you'll enjoy it. Because if I go see a movie that everybody tells me is going to suck, sometimes I go into it with such low expectations. It's a better movie because of it, right?
Yeah. There's just a lot of really... there's fridge logic in it, which is kind of normal. And then it's just so derivative. There's nothing original there. Instead of taking all these ingredients and making some kind of new soup, you've made salsa.
We're twisting them. Other than saying, oh, well, Luke Skywalker is a girl and mean. And, that's not 100% accurate, but I'm trying to use it as an example,
Oh, well, I mean, there's so much there that...
You didn't really twist anything. You didn't really give us... You said anything new, but you didn't give us good chemistry that you had pointed out. Another one said that there's no character development. It was all... I think the most true thing I read in that critique or review was that it concentrated more on spectacle than anything else.
Yeah.
And that seems to me to be Zack Snyder's MO.
Yeah.
He really does tend to concentrate on spectacle to the detriment of whatever the project is.
I think Rebel Moon would be a fun movie to watch if your goal is to figure out where all the parts come from. like the chick that obviously
Yeah,
has
just slow that
lightsabers.
down. Huh?
Yeah, I mean, like the chick who stole like the lightsabers. Like, oh, that's Star Wars reference, or God, that one character that looks like Bishop. I swear to God.
Oh yeah, right.
Some of the stuff is just like, oh, isn't this the
And that
the bad guys from that one Riddick movie?
that black Furiosa chick, the chick looks like a black Furiosa.
You know,
I don't care. It's not. I'm not talking about her color because of a racial thing. It's a description.
Yeah.
But she had that Furiosa look. She had the kind of same paint job on her forehead, and
yeah, it was. Gosh, that's a movie. I mean, so I think that could be fun. I mean, in a way. I mean, we were kind of having fun with that. We were just laughing at it. So, if you go
I think it had potential. I think it could have had potential. I guess I should say.
Well, again, if you
I just don't think
you're young enough. If you haven't seen Star Wars before, and you haven't seen these other things, so if it's all new to you, it would be interesting. That could be a really good, movie for someone who's never seen these things.
Or never seen Battle Beyond the Stars, or...
Yeah. I mean, there's just a lot of stuff there that just it's the Aragon effect. It's if you're versed in just a little bit of fantasy fiction or science fiction, you're gonna know like what's gonna happen. Like it's too predictable. It's too obvious. It's just.
I would say it's not just Aragon. There's another big name that did the exact same thing that people argue over all the time where he stole it from.
Oh yeah? What's that?
James Cameron. Avatar.
Oh.
It is literally, if you read the book Call Me Joe, it is literally a copy of Call Me Joe. Down to the cat people avatars and the guy who doesn't fit in with the people that he's with and everything, because Paul Anderson, that was his trope. That was the thing he wrote most about, is people that didn't fit in. But if you read Call Me Joe, and it's not a big book, even looking at the cover, the only difference between the Avatar cat people and the cover of Call Me Joe is the fact that the cat people have 4 legs. Everything else is pretty much the same. Blue cat people.
Well, James Cameron is
known for it.
Well, he's kind of known for. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't say he's necessarily the most original storyteller. He's just a really good director.
I think he's really good at taking science fiction stories and making them seem like they're new and fresh enough to be his. That's how Terminator worked. Terminator was a success, huge success, but it was stolen. It was stolen from 2 different stories of Harlan Ellison.
Right.
And he said in an interview that he stole those stories. Literally, he said he stole those stories from Harlan Ellison. And he said, like, Demon with a Glass Hand and Soldier. So, there's no shock and no surprise there. But Scott Snyder. But if you watch Scott Snyder's catalog, at least what I've seen of his catalog, he doesn't have a sense of plot. He doesn't have a sense of story development. Because another movie that they had potential was Sucker Punch. It had all kinds of potential. um, until you broke the story down, because that didn't make fucking sense. Well, it was visually exciting. It was like a compilation almost of like a video anthology of different short stories. Just the frame story didn't work because he didn't spend any time on the frame story. Didn't develop the characters. We didn't know what they were doing, why they were doing it, or why it resulted in what it resulted in. It didn't make any sense at all, right?
Right.
But visually, it was stunning, and I think that is more of a symptom of being a good director, because he still has a job.
Yeah.
Than a storyteller. And you would think, like I would think, maybe I should say, that the two should have to be, by necessity, be the same thing. How are you going to be a director if you're not a storyteller? But I think that Scott Snyder does really prove that point. That you can be a good director. You can know the camera angles to show at what to focus on for emotional impact in a scene without knowing why it has emotional impact,
Well, I remember that Stephen King talked about, because he directed Maximum Overdrive, and he never went to film school or anything, but he felt like, and they marketed the crap out of this, that here's a movie that was going to be done. It's going to be done right because Stephen King was going to direct it. No one's ever gotten this stuff quite right. He was going to get it right, and he was high out of his mind most of the shooting, and B, you had cameramen having to tell him, like, you can't shoot that. You're going to confuse the viewer because you're having to change angles and it's not going to work. And there's a whole bunch of stuff where I was like, yeah, Stephen King's a storyteller. He's not a director. Just doesn't know what it is.
Right.
And
there are those, the really, really great directors are a combination. That's what makes John Milius such a great director, is that he's a screenwriter first. He's a storyteller first. These guys, Steven Spielberg and George Lucas, called on him when they needed parts written in the script, and he would do that shit over the phone. So it was a natural progression for him to step into the director, and they met in director school, so like, he obviously could, but he was, before he was a director, or before he was actually even known as a director, his biggest accomplishment was to be the highest paid scriptwriter in Hollywood, because he wrote Judge Roy Bean, and he wanted to direct it, and he wanted to have Lee Marvin in it, and he left it on a seat that Lee Marvin was sitting on when he got up there to the bathroom or a drink or whatever. And Paul Newman picked up the script and wanted to do it. And the reason that he was such a high-paid screenwriter for that script is he wanted to direct it, and he just wouldn't sell it. And they kept raising the price until he said, yeah, I gotta sell it. But when you watch the original Red Dawn, and when you watch Conan the Barbarian, those stories are so well told because John Milius made them. He wrote scenes from Rome, screenplay for Rome.
Yeah.
he is actually the original author and wanted to be the director of. Why can't I ever remember the name of that movie? It's going to drive me back.
Oh, wow.
Apocalypse Now.
Okay.
He wrote Apocalypse Now. He intended to direct Apocalypse Now, and Steven Spielberg and George Lucas promised him that if he couldn't get it made, they would help him. They would direct it, and it ended up working out so that Francis Ford Coppola did, but they were all really in the same place. Francis Ford Coppola had the benefit of having had filmed The Godfather. So because of the success of The Godfather, he had some pull.
Yeah. You ever look at the comments that we give on Slack and then you start making excuses for them and then you realize, yeah, that's what? I'm looking over the comments that you and Jake gave me, and one of them from Jake is 100% accurate. I mean, I'm not even going to pretend like it's not. But in my brain, I started trying to make it like an excuse for it.
Oh yeah, like a newbie to writing, right?
Yeah, I did. Wait, he called out a huge POV violation, which he's right. It's a POV violation.
Right.
But then I'm like, but wait, the two characters are at least somewhat mentally connected. So maybe it's not. And I'm like, but that would require me to explain it there. So I might as well just go fix it to begin with.
That's it. It requires you explaining it.
Yeah.
And without you explaining it, then you're right.
One of you guys will mark something about some sentence, and I'll look like you marked something earlier about I had said something about the architecture, and you had asked, how does Snurl know this? And I'm like,
architecture?
Yeah. And just trust me, you did. And
well, I just don't remember what it was in.
Yeah, it's not super important, other than the fact that. So I saw this, and it's a good question, and so I thought, the easiest solution is to delete that one line, and that's what I did. So
yeah, sometimes it is. It's like it's a darling.
Yeah.
You wanted to defend it because it was your baby and you wrote it, but
or you just
think about it, it's not really needed. That happens to me quite a bit. Like, it takes me a bit to find them, but when I find them, I'm like, shit.
Oh, that's a really kind of a neat metaphor. So you know how you talk about, it's your baby. You love it. You want everyone else to love it. I'm like, yeah, but there's a lot more that comes out of a person than just the baby, and you don't want to keep all that. So that's kind of how it is with writing. Like, there's stuff there. Yeah, he's there. But so's the afterbirth, and you don't need that.
Well, some animals do. They eat it for nourishment or something.
Nasty.
Yeah, well, it's nasty all the way around.
Yeah. Yeah, that's got to be one of the biggest lies ever told about the beauty and grandeur of childbirth. It's like, no, that's gross. It's just gross. Like, I love my son, and I got to hold my son before my wife got to hold my son, and
So I'm guessing by that statement you actually watched it happen, right?
To some extent, there were extenuating circumstances. Basically, my son's head is super fat, and so they tried to use a suction cup on his head to pull him out, and he got stuck, couldn't come out. So then they had to do a C-section and use the suction cup on his butt and pull him out that way.
Well, they should have gotten what they bargained for.
Oh my goodness. One of the worst lies I have ever told in my entire life. The doctor, because the C-section was kind of an emergency thing. Like they were like, this is dangerous. Like we've crossed into a realm. This is an emergency. All right. And they're like, your job is to keep your wife calm.
Cheap ass stuff.
Well, and they were like, we can't give her any more medication. Like, we can't give her another epidural until after the surgery. We'll dope her up as soon as the kid's out, but she's gonna feel this, and you got to keep her calm. Okay. So I'm there, I'm gowned up, and they had
it was beautiful.
Well, they have that curtain pulled up so you can't see anything basically below the boobs, to block, that blood-brain barrier blockage thing. And I remember that, the doctor cut into my wife, which I couldn't see, but I saw this spurt of black goo shoot over the doctor's shoulder and splatter on the floor behind her. And
wow.
Yeah, it was so unbelievably wrong. And I didn't mean to, but I was like, oh my God. Because, that just came out of my wife. Like that's scary. But it's also my job to keep her calm. And she's like, obviously I failed at my job at this point, and she's freaking out. She's like, what's going on? And I'm like, nothing. I just can't believe we're about to be parents. It's unbelievable. It's like, oh my God, we're going to be parents. Like I just lied. Just completely lied. But whatever. I mean, I just...
Yeah.
Then the kid came out, he's gray. He was about as gray as the headpiece on that Rhino. And he was covered in, they looked like grape jelly and cottage cheese.
Like, I watched mine. We didn't have to have those issues. But when, like he's crying and
yeah,
they took the scissors out and snipped her, and I just watched the skin part.
Yeah,
and forever scar that taint.
Yeah.
Like when I saw that, I was like, oh, that must hurt.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of that stuff I have no stomach for.
Well, I'm a lot tougher when it's not me. That's all I can pretty much say about that. But yeah, that was it's a little crazy for me. I never expected something like that to actually happen. Like, they don't tell you that. They don't tell you they're going to pull out scissors and cut that thing. Split it from stem to stem. Like, wow. As you can tell, it left an impression.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't even what can you say? Like, she didn't bother doing that with me. She wasn't like, oh, what is it and all this other stuff. She She was a lot tougher than that. She was like, "You're in my way. I want to look out the window," which is fucking amazing for what that went through.
Yeah.
And her estranged mother was in the delivery room. I have no idea why, putting herself between me and the birth of my son. And I'm like, what are you even doing in this room?
I was all for not being in the room. Quite frankly, I was down with.
I would not have left her to deal with that on her own. But she really, I'm telling you as honestly as I can, I don't think she needed me in the room. Like, I was just in the way. I was blocking her view. She was concentrating out the window, and I'm like,
yeah,
you're gonna do fine, baby. And she's like, shut up, get out of my way. Okay.
I remember I had, because, oh my God, one nurse had, because they don't know anyone's name, because we have, but the nurse was like, all right, Dad, we need to help Mom count. And my wife had told me that if anyone counted, she was going to kill me and probably them. And so I was like, actually, can't count. My wife will kill you. And it really threw the nurse for a loop. And I'm like, I'm just telling you, she's crazy about this. She does not want to count. Okay, we'll have to figure something else out then. I'm like, cool. That was my one job. I suppose that's not true. Originally, they gave her an epidural, and she was in a lot of pain. And so when the guy came in to give her an epidural, he starts talking, and she doesn't really hear what he's saying exactly. And because he's like, "Oh, I'm going to put iodine on your back now," and he's telling her what he's going to do. My wife's like, you can smear elephant dung all over my back. I would not care. Just give me the epidural. And the doctor didn't hear her. He's like, what? And I'm like, she's thrilled you're here. Just
you don't want to play by play, dude.
Yeah.
She's trying to find her happy place. She's not trying to find your happy place.
That's one of those things, like, I don't get, like, I know eventually I'm going to have heart.
Then I was amazed that she was like, yeah, let's do this again.
Oh, yeah. You have to forget. But I don't like it when my doctor, if I have to have surgery, when the doctor wants to start telling me what it's going to be like, I don't know. I don't care. Like, yeah, right. I need to know the risks.
Put me out and wake me up when I'm done and let me fucking deal with it then. Don't tell me that I should anticipate all this fucking bullshit.
Yeah.
It's the anticipations that's the worst part.
Yeah.
They don't fucking get it, do they?
That's like, I remember when I was little, I'd have caps put on some of my teeth. And so the first one, like I had one on one side, one on the other. Like, all right. So the first week I went in there and, and it hurts and all this stuff. But whatever, I did it. And I was pretty young, and, the dentist was like, oh, you really soldiered through that. Like, yeah, whatever. So the next week, I was a lot worse. And he's like, what's up? Like, last week you just sat there like a boss, and now you're sitting there all tense. And it's like, because I know now. I know what you're going to do, and this is terrible. Or like, when I had laser surgery for my eyes, it's the worst part about that really was knowing, as bad as it is on one of your eyes, you still have the other one to do. So, it's not just how long before this is over. It's, oh God, I have to do this again.
Right.
And they don't give you anything. I mean, they give you a Tylenol PM. That's what they give you.
Right. Because so many doctors prescribe shit and addicted people.
Yeah.
They don't want to actually relieve your pain anymore. it's really frustrating for me because they already limit what I can have anyway
Yeah.
because of my heart condition. But on top of it, it's like you're already making my life miserable. You're not going to give me any relief from pain. Look, I can't do any of the things that I would normally do to relax or get out of my, there's no stress
Yeah.
relief, whatever. You can't do anything. And then they're like, while you're not being able to do anything, let me add this shit to you. Let me see how miserable we can make this.
Pan.
Yes, sir. It absolutely is a painting. Now, that's all it's qualified to be right now. What is that?
It's your day.
Oh, thank you.
Just a mom. Working with my Agnes.
Yeah, I've got Eli's approval. Sounds like he's got a cold. She won't want to admit because he wants to go to the job site tomorrow. He's the type that won't admit that until he actually ends up puking and he's got no choice to admit it. So one more little warning with working with this hot press.
Yeah.
Those who haven't tried it yet, or have been thinking about trying it because of the Finch video with Greg Staples. If you overwater or overthin the acrylics, it will kind of tear that paper out. So that is something that should be taken into account. I wonder, this is probably, yep, it's dry over there. So much for thinking this acrylic's not going to dry if it's on an airtight surface, because this is a wax-covered plate.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, it's definitely not a regular paper. Oh, that's interesting.
What?
Uh, I thought I heard an alert going off on my phone.
I thought I heard something too.
It was more like a vibration or whatever. But it didn't show anything, but it opened it opened my Audible, which it. So this is not exactly the style that I was going to do.
Oh yeah.
It's a. I'm wondering if the person whose style I was going to emulate he said something about him developing his style over time, and that he used to use thinner colors and build the thinner colors up, which is basically what I'm doing. To a point that he's not having to build them up anymore.
Okay.
But he also was talking about how he doesn't moisten the colors very much at all, and I can't see how he would do that, I guess. You know, I probably should just do it that way, but I'm enough of a control freak. But I'm really just not happy unless it's looking the way I want it to look, like almost right off. Also thinking, after the fact, that scumbling and drive wrestling are involved in that style.
Yeah.
I don't have very much practice with them being the main part of how I'm getting an effect. But I like the idea. Guess I'm kind of trying that right now. I'm using a brush that the bristles are already sprayed on a little bit. So I don't feel like I'm ruining a good brush.
Wonder how long before keyboards will have M dashes as a key.
I don't know. I use the code. Unless I'm writing in Word, which kind of has an automatic character.
I'll be right back.
Likely story.
See, I'm back.
You're just supposed to trust to death on a clone.
I mean, it could be a clone. You never know. It could be AI. It could be a deepfake.
No, it's not an AI. Show me your fingers.
Wait, no. Here. Yeah, I don't know why AI has a problem with that. It doesn't. I'm, whatever. But
Ask any artist, hands are hard to draw.
it's true. Ugh. 14 more pages. Yeah, those are actually 14 full pages. And I have a feeling it's not really getting any smaller.
What's that?
Despite the fact that I've cut lines out, and it's still gotten bigger. Oh well. Still well within the parameters of the contest. So I don't know if you saw what I posted on Facebook last night, because I don't know how much you're stalking my Facebook, but I commented about how the irony of not knowing how to capitalize a name, my own name, it's kind of ironic because I harp on my students about that all the time. And then there I was like, crap, I don't know how to do this. Like, this is like, I was like,
you knew how to do it. You just,
well, there was more than one way of doing it. In the end, I just got rid of the whole line, which was the easiest way of fixing it.
Yeah, but you didn't get rid of the whole line because you didn't figure out how it worked. You got rid of the whole line because it didn't need to be there.
Well, I mean, I was trying to see if it would do something. I mean, I was trying to, like I said, like I was. The intent was he would call him wood smoke and Mr. Wood Smoke and Sage, so that you knew that he smelled like wood smoke and sage. But I also knew it kind of felt jarring, and then I thought, well, I'd run it by you and see what you say, just because I figured I feel like it could be jarring. If you say that without me saying, hey, does this seem jarring? That you would, it was a pretty good test, but still kind of funny to me. And I was like, wow. It's one of those things where, like, it takes pages and pages and pages to definitively prove anything in math. once you start looking at like the grammar of stuff, like if you think you know the rules, there will be a point where it becomes a lot murkier than what you thought it ever could be.
Well, yeah, that and some rules are made to be broken. Shakespeare broke rules all the time, created his own words.
Yeah.
When there were other words existing that could do the trick that he wanted them to do, they just didn't achieve the same cadence or didn't achieve the same comical rhyme, or he had plenty of reasons. But the main thing with that was that it came out of nowhere. Like I said, like for me, if he had like white hair, or like if he smelled sage or smoke, or if he smelled a sweet smelling smoke or whatever, and then that guy came around the corner waving it, then it would make sense for him to call him that. But there was nothing indicating that before he gave him that nickname. So I was like, why are you giving him this nickname? You know, if there's nothing related to it. Like, I guess that's one of those scenes that I think needs more than less. Just because if you're giving him that appellation, kind of needs to resonate with something. You don't generally read somebody giving a character a nickname for something that hasn't been introduced to the reader yet. At least in my experience, all the things that I have ever read.
Well, again, it's just, I was just trying something.
No, I'm not faulting you for it. I'm explaining my end. And I also realize you didn't ask me to. But there you have it.
Thanks.
Normally, that's the kind of thing that if you're reading a thriller or something like that, they get nicknames because of their habits, actions, something they're holding, you know, something they're wearing. Mr. White Coat because he's wearing a white coat, but they don't do it until after you know. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I'm sure what you're saying. I agree.
So I don't think it's a bad idea. I think it's a cool appellation. It just needs some introduction, I guess. Needs some lead up to him calling it. It doesn't even need much lead up, just enough to know why he would do that. I think that you just got it backwards, I guess. Like you're introducing him like that because you're saying he smelled like that, but you're actually not saying he smelled like that.
Well, I am. I'm just letting Snarl do it for me. But
Snarl doesn't say he smelled like that. He said Mr. Right. That.
Yeah.
You know, it didn't say sage perfume or something like that. It didn't indicate smell to me. I know that you're saying that they have distinct smells, but when you're talking about being summoned from a puff of smoke,
right.
I don't know what kind of smoke it is and how in relation that guy is appearing. I'm hoping I'm not giving anything away by saying that, by the way. I'm not trying to.
I don't think you are.
I like the fact that you're trying to convey the character's attitude in the description.
Yeah.
I just think he needs something to prompt the description. And even if you're doing it in his point of view, he still can, mention the smell of sage before he sees them or sees him or something. Just something, Doesn't have to be much, just enough for me to go, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Not even to go, oh, okay, that makes sense, but just to reasonably say, oh, yeah, he's calling him that. If you don't know his name, he smells like sage and wood smoke. I thought the idea was a pretty cool name. The name was a pretty cool idea, but it just didn't resonate because I didn't know anything about the sage. I didn't pick up that he was smelling sage and wood smoke. And obviously, wood smoke is the smell, but sage is more than just the smell.
That's true.
And you can actually see wood smoke too. And it would be a different color smoke than, say, fire or not fire, maybe brick or any of that kind of stuff. There's possibilities that anything that could possibly get confused, right?
Yeah.
And that was really my only thinking, is that I think it would be a cool enough name, just I didn't have any relation to it. And when you said that he smelled like that, I'm like, oh, well, say he smelled like that. It's one of those places that sometimes it's a cool nuance, and you almost feel like you pick it up by osmosis. And then sometimes, like, I need to be clobbered over the head with it to get what's being actually said. And it could very well be just me, but I wanted to, let you figure out what to do with it and tell you where I was with it. I like the story, I like the characters, and that I want to see you succeed. So
the only thing that I worry about with this one really is I feel this is like, okay, I mean, I don't ever feel like my stories are terrible, but you kind of get a sense of which ones you think are better than others, and this one I tend to think is better than a lot of the ones that I've submitted and done well with.
I agree, it's a good story.
So I'm worried.
Just saying last night when it comes to art, that a lot of the art I do, the things that I like, that I'm the most proud of, are not the ones that people pick up on the most. The things that I'm mediocre about can be like crowd favorite. So It's really weird. Like, you need to, as far as art goes, you need to save everything. You need to try to use everything, because you never know what someone else's taste is going to be. But there's definitely things, story-wise, things artistic-wise, that I'm very much more proud of than others. I think it's a really good story. So there's no debate there. We both agree that. And like I said, I thought it was a wise decision for you to let it cool off for a longer period than trying to beat the deadline. Because it is a good story and it deserves the extra time. So, to me, I don't know, this might be a better way of putting some of this stuff. you have certain few stories that strike enough of a chord with me that I remember them long past when I read them.
Okay.
And like the first one that we were Table of Contents partners on, you know?
Yeah.
When I read that story, the first time I read it, I loved that story. I was like, that's something I love. You know, I can imagine. I have a clear vision of. This is really good work. It needs to be somewhere. So when I saw that there was submissions that fit or could possibly fit that, that was the first thing I thought of. Hey, Art's got this story. And I agree that the one that you're writing right now is another one of them. It's one that I think even if it doesn't achieve what you want it to contest wise, I think it needs to be published. I think there's a place for it.
Well, the nice thing about this one is,
That's about the highest compliment I can give anything too. So, you know,
thanks.
Think that.
If let's say it doesn't do well in the contest or whatever, who cares? I mean, I care because obviously I want it to do well, but I have the I can take solace in knowing that I'm writing a novel that uses these characters. So if the novel ever sells, then this should be something that I can sell as well. Like, you know, that's kind of, it helped me explore more of the world, helped me figure out what was going on where, which I can all use in my novel. And I'm amazed at how many typos I have.
I find that I get more typos in something I'm really into writing. Because I'm really into writing it. It's probably not any consolation, but you know. Tells me that you really like the story.
I always think it's funny because you can really tell
in your brain.
When like when I'm reading your stuff, you can kind of tell when you're into it more because you have more typos. It's like you can't type as fast as your brain is spitting it out.
Right.
Yeah, it doesn't help when you spell a name, and therefore already misspelled. I mean, you know, red mark doesn't help because all of them should be red marked.
Right. You create a name so you know it's going to be misspelled.
Yeah.
I do that a lot too. You guys catch it for me. Most of the time. One of the things I like about our group. And that's like multiplied when Mark's involved.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because sometimes Mark will pick on typo, but sometimes he'll have thoughts on stuff that you guys don't. And it might be might be something that stops me in my tracks and go, man, damn it, you know. But it also might be something that I'm like, well, yeah, that's an easy fix, you know. Like that's a Mark has a pretty good compass, I guess. It seems he can find his way back to those stories, or back to the core of it easy enough. Jake is a great editor that way. He can cut words without cutting what you're saying, you know?
Yeah.
And that is something he practiced for a long time. He had a blog that he did. It was a cutting blog. That's why, like, I go to him for so much trusting what he's going to say, because he doesn't usually he doesn't try to say anything between the story. It's more of how to make it a little bit clearer or more concise, or what you're overlooking, the step that you're overlooking, or something like that. It's never really, hey, this is going to have to change this whole element, you know? I think he has a really good way of giving you no nonsense answers like that, but only in support of what you're doing. I've never really had him make me feel like I should quit. I have had a time or two where I felt like what I've written neither you or Jake like, and maybe I should back off or stop, whatever, but it never feels like I should quit. Just maybe that's not the right one.
Okay. What?
I said, why is that pink?
I don't know.
No, I don't want it to be pink.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
The color. I mean,
I know what pink is. I don't know what is pink.
the pink.
Oh, well, you had taken your palette off screen. And I don't see anything pink.
Yes, well, I'm saying you knew what I was talking about. You may not have been able to see what I was talking about, but you knew that I was talking about the paint.
Well, the first thing I did was I looked at the painting, because I was like, wait, is there something pink on the painting?
You know, like it seems like there's a little red bleed over or something. I want it to be an orange tone, kinda orange brownish. And like every time I touch it, it seems like it's adding pink, and like, I don't want to add pink. I'm trying to get out of it without adding too much more. Yeah, I'm agree though. go. That sounded funky. Was that on your end?
Yeah, it was. It was my
Just
son.
streaming?
Yeah, that's through a
That sounded
door.
like a kid was streaming.
It's through a couple doors, actually. It was more like a duck quack, but
Is somebody falling and they can't get up?
I don't know. Well, I think I'm actually done. I'll probably give it a couple more look throughs tomorrow. Just so I don't miss anything. Plus, I got to reformat it so I can submit, but yeah, I added 200 and 262 words.
It's a good thing you set out to cut it.
Yeah, I know.
Now, see, you might be thinking that I'm being facetious.
Now I know how to do.
Because when you set out to cut it, even though you might add words, you're adding careful words.
Yeah. Well, that's like the Secrets of Darkhorn story that I sold. I had to cut that one quite a bit. Like something like 1,500 words or something like that. So that was hard. So I think I'd already cut it once. But then again, it'd been sitting around for a while, so I went back through and cut it down to where it would fit the criteria of the publication. So apparently I found more words to cut. Oh, there, I cut off a few more words.
What's that?
I cut off a few more words. I also managed to.
Shorten the title?
Well, there was a point of view problem that I discovered, like last 2 lines, and nobody had caught that. But now I have, so that's all that matters. All right. Yeah. Ugh. So there's this story that I'm gonna more than likely submit to the Writers of the Future, and then I have a sneaking suspicion there's another. Like, it's been over a year since Bone Brothers was accepted for publication. And, like, I messaged them in October, I think, of this year. And they said they'd get right back to me. And then I haven't heard anything from them since. So I think I'm going to look for. I think there was a place I knew about that. They were accepting submissions through the end of the year, I think. And I'm going to submit to one of them. I shared it in Slack.
What's that?
It's not. I'm not seeing it. So. I'm going to have to look.
I think it's too late for the Penguin's grave. Yep. Yeah.
Well, I think that well, it appears your state has decided to go crazy.
I'm sure.
Your Secretary of State has decided that, despite the fact that there was no insurrection, we all know that Trump can't be on the ballot.
Well, when the Supreme Court says that's bullshit and the state can't decide whether he's guilty of something he's never been accused of yet,
right?
Then they're going to have to rescind. And every time they do that shit, they just make it more popular.
Yep.
They strike him down and they don't realize he's going to come back stronger.
Well, I don't even care. Like, even if you don't like Trump, it's just
the point is in the ballot.
There's plenty of evidence that says that the elections were, as Robert Barnes puts it, the most constitutionally non-compliant election ever in our country's history. So whether we're going to say it's stolen or not, it's a matter of fact that there were states that changed the rules in ways that they aren't technically allowed to change, which led to a whole bunch of votes that shouldn't have been counted because they're They're not constitutionally compliant.
Right.
So, whatever. So once you've established that, it's pretty quick to say, well, as president, it's kind of your job. As part of your job is to ensure that the elections are legit. You know, you're the enforcement wing of the government, and you have to ensure that that's there. So, and then the fact that everything that he said, but whatever. So he's already been impeached, supposedly, for January 6th, and the Senate found him not guilty. So double jeopardy it should apply. And
there's a whole bunch of arguments on both sides of that. And I don't want to get super into it because it's politics. But the point shouldn't have anything to do with being Trump.
Right.
And the thing is that everything about this has to do with it being Trump, not about him being the president, what responsibilities he has as a president, what rights he has as a president. There's no way that he can take classified documents because if he's the president and he takes them, he declassified them.
Well, it's classified for the president. You can't have something classified that the president doesn't have access to.
Right, but what I'm saying is that if he takes them, it doesn't matter who the president is. If he takes them, they are no longer classified. He has,
as president.
He has the power, the sole power. Huh?
Well, I'm just saying he has to do it while he's president, which he did. And
yeah, but
the side door doctrine from Clinton is pretty clear. You know, the idea that it's a bad precedent, and I think
and that's what's going on now. Is what I was saying is that I don't care where you stand on Trump. You can like Trump, you can hate Trump, but he's a citizen of the United States, a former sitting president, and there are rights inherent in that. And when you take those rights away, like you're actually punishing him for being convicted of a crime that he's not convicted of.
Yeah.
That is against the law.
And it shouldn't be something anyone supports.
I don't care. The right of due process, which is a big thing.
Yeah, I agree.
If they can do that to Trump, what all these people are missing is, if they can do that to Trump, they can do that to anybody. Like, I don't care how you feel about Trump, but maybe you won't feel like that when it comes to you. Or maybe you won't feel like that when it comes to your son, your daughter, your candidate of choice. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I mean
there are
people that have suggested Republicans states need to just say, all right, fine, Biden's not on the ticket either.
Well, see, here's the problem, Colorado. It's the Republicans that put that forth to happen.
That's a blue state.
It was presented by the Republicans.
Well, that's because they're never Trumpers. But it's a blue state.
I'm not discussing their motivation. I'm discussing the fact that they're Republicans. So that is what their excuse is for it being okay, because it's not the Democrats that are doing this. And like I said, I don't want to get really into politics because I want to try to keep as politics free as we can. But
I would apply this towards both sides of the aisle. I don't think anyone.
That's exactly what I was going to say. But this isn't applied to one specific political group.
Right.
It robs the rights of everybody. And it also, like, if the president has to worry about what he did when he was in office, and he can be held accountable for what he did when he was in office when he's out of office, that makes it almost impossible to do his job.
Well, again, I think it would be a matter of if he did that as part of his job, and since they impeached him after he was out of office already, then we already know that impeachment is something you can do to a president after they've left office. So there is no immunity. Like, there is no absolute immunity. It's not like president's going to get out of jail free card.
It's
just that they have to go through the impeachment process, and that's how you deal with that. And this isn't the impeachment process.
Yeah, well, there's subjects to be covered in this, surely, that we're not covering, and we really can't without getting deeply into politics. But the main thing is that whatever is set as a precedent for Trump, Biden is held accountable to also. And there's after you say that, like in the 14th Amendment, like Nick Ricada was saying, the 14th Amendment specifically excludes the president and the vice president when it talks about the oath that the persons that are held responsible take. Because it is, the 14th Amendment was specifically created only for those that left the Senate during the Civil War.
Right.
It's a Civil War amendment. There's no other application to it. But the oath that they're swearing to, the oath that they're talking about having sworn to, Trump doesn't have. He doesn't have that oath. The president or the vice president don't have that oath. And insurrection, problem with insurrection is, how can you insurrect against yourself?
Yeah.
Because I don't give a shit what anyone wants to say. Trump was the acting president at that time.
Yeah.
He was the legal president. He had not, it wasn't, wasn't a matter of him not turning over his office or whatever to the next guy. He was the president at the time. His job is to make sure that the elections are smoothly and fairly done. Well, adhered to.
Yeah.
And if he has any reason to feel that that's in doubt, he absolutely not only has a right, he has a responsibility to get up there and say something about it. So they can't call disagreeing with something insurrection, because if so, every single person in America, let alone political candidate, is guilty. They say you can't question whether or not the election was whatever, but yet they did.
Well, I mean, it's ridiculous, the idea that you can't question an election, especially when there are serious questions about it.
Right. They did the term before that.
Yeah.
The same thing that they're saying that Trump can't do, they did to Trump when Trump was elected.
And they did it to Bush, too.
Oh, I'm sure.
They questioned the legitimacy of his presidency. It's like every Republican, it's an illegitimate president. Like,
right.
Well, based on what? The fact that you lost? I mean,
right, and that's what they're saying actually is being done now, but it's just crap. It's just crap. Trump hasn't been in office in almost a full term. And before he ever took our office, they started trying to find ways to get him out.
Yeah.
He didn't even do anything wrong, didn't even say anything wrong before they started trying to crucify him. So that more than anything else puts me against them. Because I'm an American, and Americans always choose the underdog, right?
I guess.
That's why Rocky was such a big hit.
Okay.
We chose the underdog. We always choose to stand for the underdog. It's like it's not 100% whatever, but that is a fairly accurate statement about Americans. We do tend to choose the underdog.
Well, we certainly don't want to do. We don't root for the house. Let's put it that way.
Well, it's kind of like the whole Steve Snyder thing, and we're not going to take it and all that until it's a group that he is politically in line with. Then they are going to take it, and we should take it too, blindly. So I think that's more crap, It's more.
Yeah.
I don't think that people think clearly when it comes to politics. And I'm not talking about what we agree with or disagree with on what side of the political spectrum we are. I'm thinking I think that there's a huge herd mentality when it comes to politics. People are it's like you're either for us or you're against us. Since when? Since when can't I have my own opinion?
Right.
Since when can I look like a little from column A and a little from column B? That's where we're headed, because people are acting stupid with politics. They're not thinking of what rights that they're losing, or what the abilities that they're losing. They're not thinking of unity. They're thinking of forcing someone into compliance, and then arguing that the other side is. And this is both sides are guilty of this, and they're guilty of it mostly because it's a both sides and not our side.
Yeah.
It is no longer a country by the people, for the people. It is a country of manipulation of the people. Too damn bad that everything has to fall within those limitations, boundaries, whatever you want to say. There's so much more to people. Than what they're force feeding kids in college, and what the politics of the situation may or may not be. But we don't see it because we're not shown that we have the right to see it. Like, oh, you have to be this way or you have to be that way. That's like the whole Israel-Palestine thing,
Right.
There's obvious answers if you actually just bother to look for the truth instead of look at what the narrative is. That's the thing that drives me nuts, is that once I hear something and it's dumb like that, and then it's chanted by everybody on one side of the spectrum, it makes me really lose faith and any common sense. Anyone having common sense anymore. And I know we joke about, common sense isn't so common anymore, but it's scary how true it really is. How many people are just willing to let things be dictated to them, or let other people tell them the truth instead of find out for themselves. Yeah, they don't make it easy for everyone to just find out the truth, but it's possible. It's not impossible, it's just a little bit of work. And it seems like people are less and less want to do their own legwork at all. And that's on both sides of the spectrum, I'm saying right there. I hear the same parroted things on the right as much as I hear the same parroted things on the left. Just a damn shame that nobody's thinking of the middle.
Here's a writing question for you.
Well, good. That would be a question change of subject.
So there's a publication I want to submit to, and it's got multiple anthologies, and so but it doesn't tell me. It doesn't tell me who's the editor of this particular anthology. Oh, never mind. Yes, it does. If you just read. Wow. Sometimes you just got to read. Never mind. Well, here, I'll ask the question anyway, even though I don't have to know it anymore. So there's multiple anthologies, and so I'm going to submit this. And who would you address the submission letter to? If you didn't know, like, so there's.
If you didn't know the editor's name.
Well, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different editors, and if I didn't know the specific one for the anthology, would you have just gone with the managing editor? The owner slash...
I would just go... I would address it to the editor. Is there an acquisitions editor?
Well, no. And there's more than one. Like, there's one that says Drabble and Poetry. I'm like, yeah, that's not it. Another one that says Anthologies and Collections, which I thought might be it. But then another one said Anthologies. But then I looked on the actual submission page, and it tells me which editor is doing it. So,
right? That's always good.
Yeah. I think. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's what it says. So that's what I'm going to go with. If they don't like it, they should probably make it more obvious. But
like it, I might still let them use the story.
what?
I said if they don't like it, I might still let them use my story.
Yeah, probably. right.
I don't think we're gonna get this whole thing done tonight. Oh, crap. Obviously, because it's not tonight anymore.
Yeah, it's the morning. I have a doctor's appointment later today.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, I was just gonna say I'm gonna do this little section right here, and then I'm gonna call it quits, and then pick it up probably Saturday,
Yeah.
Thursday, yeah, yep. So yeah, it's Friday morning now. Yeah,
Yeah.
but yeah, pick it up Saturday. Like I've got the base coats basically on. That's what I've been doing. I want to set it up for not only highlighting, but but color and detail and stuff like that, and I don't have time to do all that tonight.
You don't think
But
so?
I think that, yeah, right. I've got the blocking and started getting some modeling in. So the rest of the modeling, the face is pretty well modeled. Just have to clean it up and do the detail.
Oh, wow, that got dark.
You got dark, yeah.
There we go.
Focus on this for a minute. Actually, I probably should take the overlay off for a second. And that's at the end of the first painting session. So this will go at least 4, but I don't think it's a whole lot more than 4. There's texture I want to put in the armor to match the rhinos. And then I want to highlight but not take away from the lines that I got all in his face, or in the rhino's face, and then I got to do the actual character's face. But yeah, all right. So anyone that hung out 4 hours, that's the longest Twitch stream so far. But we should be in a different grouping now. So thank you for watching, everyone that watched. Hit like, hit subscribe. Nobody commented about they wanted to be in on the drawing, so that leaves one more day. Because we're going to do the drawing on Tuesday. So, yeah, like, subscribe, follow. Thanks for all that. Good night. God bless. Much love.